¿Cómo estamos, gente? Bienvenidos a otra transmisión más. Hola, estamos pasando. Creo que la estamos pasando bien. La estamos, como digo, pasando divertido. Hoy continuamos con Genshin. Tenemos ya rato que teníamos que continuar con esto. Vamos a ver cómo nos va. Entonces, veamos. Hoy vamos a continuar la historia. Tenemos que continuarla. Entonces hay que hacer primero rápido los diarios. Las diarias se hacen rápido. Y de ahí continuamos con lo que se pueda. Sí, señor. Entonces vamos a ver. Todo lo de siempre. Weekly. Domains me faltan casi nada. Los witches. No pasa nada. Bounties. Necesito completarlas. Los domains. Dominator. Ok. Jefes 3 veces. Y sí. Ok. Todo eso se logra fácil. Sí, señor. Uno fácil. Uno que siempre es fácil. Que no se echar a mano. Mira, está un terror. Un terror siempre. Nos ha echado la mano para completar el del pase diario. Del pase semanal. De conseguir derrotar a 3 jefes semanales. No, simplemente no cobramos o no canjeamos, por dicho. No lo canjeamos, simplemente lo derrotamos 3 veces seguidas. De manera rápida. Ideal es usar a alguien de hielo. No sé, por ejemplo, aquí vamos a agarrar. Ya. Vamos a borrar esto, vamos a quitar esto y vamos a poner esto. Sí, señor. Furina. También es otro que me falta mejorarle. O bueno, darle la mano. Que sí se puede. No está difícil. Simplemente hacer unos cambiecitos. Listo. Vamos a repetir eso 3 veces. Y con eso tenemos. Realmente fácil. Oigo. Sencillo hasta cierto punto. Es increíble que nada más haciéndolo rápido esto. Si le das en el punto, más rápido. Venturos, hey, how are you, man? How are you doing? How are you doing today? Today is a little bit late for me. I usually start at 8 p.m. but it's okay. How are you doing? Starting your shift? Or is going to be a little bit late for that? For the shift to start? At the moment we are grinding a bit. Well, at the moment I'm starting the stream. We are grinding a little bit. Oh, that's good to hear that you're going to have a day off. That's good. And maybe a little bit later I'm going to grab something to eat for my dinner. In my house we have dinner a little bit later than most in the north. I mean US, Canada. Sometimes we start at 8 or 9 p.m. In this case, our dinner. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit different. We like it, actually, to have the dinner at those such times. For example, we rarely eat at 7 p.m. for example, but because we tend to have our meals at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. So it's a little bit early. So, and we don't have the, what is the word? We don't have the custom of eating snacks in the afternoon or in the evening. So we tend to have a little bit of hunger at those hours. I mean the dinner hours in this house. So it's a little bit easier for us to eat in the night, for example. Oh, I was wrong. Okay. He goes there. And there. Well, we have leftovers, or maybe making some sandwiches. Some sandwiches with ham sandwiches with maybe a little bit of I don't know. I would like some chips. Maybe some Doritos. A little bit of Doritos will be good with a good complement with a ham sandwich. And what will you be having, Venturous? Will you be having a light dinner or a heavy plate? Yeah. A true gamer. What is the word? A true gamer meal. leftovers with Doritos. No, it's not a bad choice, actually. At the moment, I'm doing the dailies in this game. As you can see, it has a great inspiration. It it grabs a great inspiration of the way Wind Waker no sorry Zelda Breath of the Wild is the inspirations in the game. So it has a lot of mechanics that are from this game, not from Zelda, actually. They have the mechanics is from Zelda that they share is a little bit different, but just a little bit, not so much. Wow. Well done. Four hours of food, or you haven't me you're eating. That's a little bit much than you think. Well, I'm just surprised for the time that you spent eating. That's all. Yeah, it's a lot. They borrow a lot of it, but that's okay. If you are going to rip a game, I believe that ripping a famous one, it actually helps, and especially one that was so good like Breath of the Wild. Okay. Oh. Round button. Currently, I'm skipping all the conversation because this is part of the daily missions. Think of them like the missions that you get when you are playing a game like World of Warcraft, for example. Here, take this. Okay.
Thank you for
Well, as my father say, remember to do a little bit of exercise with that. That way your body is going to burn the weight, that you want to get rid of. A little bit fast. It's going to be faster if one exercise while they are doing a diet or exercise plan, or a eating plan is going to help you more to lose the weight a little bit faster. But remember to still eat, what is the word? The important thing is actually to eat healthy. That way you will be able to enjoy the process and don't feel that you are going to be starving all the time. Hell yeah. Bounties. Okay. Okay. Oh, I forgot to do this. Let's check. Vamos a ver cómo nos va. Let's try this. Four. Or you get 4 dailies. Also, you sometimes you get, dependent of the day, you might get a new update, and you get a new character to try. For example, we are going to try this character. I already pulled for it, and let's say I'm a little bit interested to see how good is the character. Okay. It has a lot of okay. Continue because I'm going to try it again. Okay. A bit weird, this character. First trying it, still not getting a good rotation for the. Oh, we will see. How much? How many do I have left? Two more. Okay. After. Well, for example, in this case, this character, what it has as a unique is that in their abilities, for example, it does a little bit of AoE damage. In this case, on the element of water element, that is based on the max HP of the character, summoning the true elemental beast that you can use in this case. They will attack, dealing the damage based on the max of the character. And here is the interesting part. When they attack, sorry, let me move the chat box. Okay. When they attack, they deal more damage according to the max XP of the members of the party, of the 50%. This can stack, by the way. So in this case, they will be able to deal these kind of numbers depending of the HP remaining of the other characters that I have in my party. Oh, okay. Okay. Another thing here. Here's the second thing. For example, the burst attack, the real special one, it will be dealing water damage, AoE, based on the max HP, and all the other characters in my party for the remaining of time, they will be increasing the HP. It will depend on this fanfare point granted for Furina for each percent point of their max HP, to which their HP changes. At the same time, will increase the demo ditch and incoming healing damage bonus of honorary parties based on the amount of fanfare. This fanfare is a trying to do some of the events of this update. So let's check it out. It's going to be some test. Oh, well, test is not the correct word. It's a challenge. It's a little bit of challenge in which we have to eliminate the opposing monsters for us to get the best performance in this case. Turn 30. It's okay. Okay. I want novelette. This, and this. This one. It's going to be easy. This is going to be really easy. This was. Oh, thank you. Okay, this is different. This is going to be okay. This is going to be so easy, actually. I'm starting to believe that I should have bring another character, not the sucrose one. Okay. I actually need this. The mechanic of this character, Novelette, is that when you use the special ability along with the charge attack, your HP is going to decrease. And the interesting part is that the bigger that you are able to regenerate the lives of the character, you are going to be able to deal a lot of more damage. Let's see how did we do today. And the real good part is that you are able to do the challenge a lot of times. That's really good to know. Let's see. How well did we do? Oh, okay. We completed the strangle single strike. 34,000. Wow. Did not expect that. I didn't expect that. That's really good to know. Here are the enemy defense are sturdy and steadfast. After your character charge attack hit an opponent, all party members' crit rate and crit damage will be increased. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Oh man, this is going to suck. This is going to suck. This is going to suck. I freaking hate the character with the top hat. Okay. Oh, this is too easy. I bet I can use another character and get a little bit of a bigger points. Well, I might be able to get better points here. Okay. I'm still believe I could do better. Okay. See? One. Oh, did not expect that. I did not expect. No fue mucho mejor. Más rápido. A lot better. No está. Better time, more times. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Everything was better. Perfect. 5 hours for us to get that. That's true. That's great. Let me. All right. I need 8 more of those. Give me 8 of those. Now I need those and those. Okay. Talents. Xenochromatic, aberrant ability. I don't know. I don't understand. Okay, yeah, okay, I understand now. Interesting. So she's the best to play under the weather. Okay. Did not expect that. Okay. I leave those. Mass, Mondstadt, weapon. Okay. Need to buy something from here.
This realm is.
Let me buy something from here.
If you ever.
Perfect. Perfect. Let me transport here. Oh, no le voy a dar. Estoy un poco bajado. Ya todo va a salir bien. This is so cool.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Quietly. Everybody stand back! Rain cutter! Rain outlines your face. Know my sword! You are about to get sight.
This is long overdue.
Busted. I hope we find long-lost ancient literature.
Okay. Let me check something. Here. Oh, okay. I need to use this. Okay. Oh, okay. This is what I need. Okay. Okay, yes. I can do it later. Yeah, it's time. time to continue the story. Sorry for all the well, for the delay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's see what is part of the story.
You're here, finally.
Okay.
Is something wrong? Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into it.
Okay, it starts.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. And I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know...
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
Let me see. Vamos a ver si podemos cambiar la cámara. Voy a ponerla aquí.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
¿Qué va a pasar?
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
Oh.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
Alright.
Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Está llorando.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Exacto.
I assume you've been outside for a...
Oh, you noticed.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that we may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Okay.
Oh? Like,
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the
but Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various... If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but... This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Claro. Ah, man. Oh, man. Esta es la parte donde no me gusta. Oh, I'm going to be a little mad if I suspect how it's going to be. The story is going to play out.
Well, that's everyone, huh?
Claro. Claro.
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Mm.
No.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the traveler, as for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be...
Oh?
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's...
Huh?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to...
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your...
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
I've also gone diving to catch...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various today. Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of... A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. So, if we were to build a trap together...
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Our line of work requires a deft...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intel...
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait.
Calm and steady.
And I can be... With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa, I remember that you liked those too.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems, but I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now...
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to...
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't if we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for...
Wait, what?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it.
So...
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor... But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god. A being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that...
Okay. Okay.
It's raining again? This isn't good. If the rain washes away the traces, it's gonna set us back a long way.
Necesito... Uf.
Really?
Victory is Whoa! Nice catch! You've got it! Whoa! Nice catch! So close. Whoa! Nice catch!
Okay.
Victory is almost... What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon? Yeah, you... What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon? You've got it. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
Perfecto. Perfecto. Va a ir bien. No sale bien en esto.
Take it easy.
Conseguimos estos piecitos. Podremos conseguir mejores cosas. Oye. Ok. Listo, let's see. Oh yeah. Let's met the bait. Really? Okay. Solo en este lugar atrás. Let's check. Pero a ver si... Ok. Ok. I'm sorry for the delay. Perdonen la tardanza, pero vamos consiguiéndole armas a nuestro personaje de 5 estrellas. Podría tirar por las armas. Lo correcto a lo mejor sería tirar por ellas.
Take it easy.
Por eso lo recomendado.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Ok. Okay.
Victory is almost ours.
Necesito esto para conseguir.
You've got it. You got it. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
Mm. Necesitamos conseguir esos 3 más.
Steady now. It's the final stretch.
Es como el pescado más difícil de todos.
Well, you couldn't have done
Sin
it
duda.
without Paimon.
Vamos a ver cuánto necesito. Let's see how
You got
many
it.
do
You
we
got
need
it.
to get the sword that is not
What is it? What is
a
it?
sword.
Is it another Paimon?
And the refinement materials.
Victory is almost ours.
There we go.
Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
There we go. And then 12. Wow. Okay. Here is one. Here is two. There's three. Un potion también. Y el otro es here. Here is another one. Let me see if they are the same. Oh, one more. Here is one. Here is one. Okay. And here is one.
Take it easy.
There we go.
You've got it! You got it! Whew, that was a tough fight. So close, so close! Stay cool! What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
Time to fish.
Victory is almost ours! Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already!
Okay.
You've got it! You got it! What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
Déjame ver. Sí. Oh man. Tomato. Okay. Who are you?
I got a new letter from an
¿Dónde están? Cinco. Deadpool, ¿cómo andamos? ¿Cómo andamos? ¿Cómo andamos? Andamos pescando un poquito. Y luego vamos a seguir continuando la historia. Vamos continuando la historia. Ya nos tocó. Nos tocó hacer eso. Bro. ¿Tú cómo andas? ¿Cómo andas, Deadpool? ¿Cómo la estamos pasando? ¿1000 protogemas por lo del desierto? ¿Cómo? Hasta eso. ¿Te pusiste a explorar el desierto y se salieron 1000 protogemas? ¿O cómo?
Take it easy.
Una misión que... Ah, o sea, ¿no habías hecho eso del mapa? Tres.
So close. Whoa,
¿Qué
nice
traes de
catch.
estos?
You've got it. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already. Victory is almost... Whew, that was a tough fight.
Perfecto. Vamos acá de nuevo. Para conseguirlo ya de una vez. Para hacer las cositas acá en Fontaine. Estamos pendientes en Fontaine. Ahorita, como digo, estamos con lo de las misiones estas.
Take it easy.
Ok. Quisiera tener el bait, por favor. Oh yeah. Vamos a Fontaine de nuevo. Y aquí continúa la historia. Yo ahorita no he tirado Deadpool, no he vuelto a tirar. I have not pulled for another character or maybe getting
Take it easy.
the signature weapon of the 5-star characters. I do not have the courage to do it. Fuck that shit. Do it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Give me a few moments, people. I will be back in a few moments. I will be back in a minute, in a few minutes. I will be back. Ok. Volvimos. Volvimos. Continuar la historia. Vamos a continuar la historia. Cheers. Provecho.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon, shoot! After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
¿Quién es esto?
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Okay.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but
Qué estúpido.
it also sounds kinda scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change.
Justo como pasó en Sumero.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
The voice. What? Alright, coming! Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Okay.
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agree.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old... Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people...
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves... But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a...
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally,
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. What?
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing... I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile,
Huh. You do
¿Cómo
have
la va a
a point.
ayudar?
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. It was worth trying to comfort you. I suppose that might be why we always...
Bonita.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going out. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Vamos a ver. Vamos a ver qué nos pasa, qué sucede.
Huh? Our names... Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blinded... So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The Huh. Charlotte took so many She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier... Ugh, seriously? Well, fine.
Algo malo va a pasar. Ya lo pronostico yo.
Take it easy.
Algo malo debe pasar ahora. Algo malo debe pasar. ¿Qué será? Eso es lo interesante.
Paimon's hungry.
Eso es lo interesante. Vamos a ver a The Nave otra vez.
Hey,
Okay.
quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried.
1 slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right.
Wait, did I really say something like...
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Ooh.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know. Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know
Oh.
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right?
Ay, qué bonito. Muy bonito. Very cute.
And there
Very
she
cute.
goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon... It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets... Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food.
Ya veo el... Ya estoy viendo la temática aquí. Ok, vamos a ver qué sucede.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to make...
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I said, it's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you.
Really?
Okay.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a
Oh, Paimon knows you're not...
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to...
I see. It seems you are... So she mentioned me?
She said that you're a real...
Nice. In which case, can
Okay.
this daredevil...
Huh? So you're our...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
Yeah, are we...
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But...
Oh, in that...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some prop. Ooh, so much to get done now.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example,
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear... If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have... From what I've seen, most people don't know what they do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such a... So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow,
but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person. The story I would... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. But anyway, that's my answer. And I'm...
That's
Qué bonito.
so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Están mostrándonos todo para sentirnos mal o que...
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing... Paimon's been thinking... If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow... No, Paimon should ask if We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. You mean, still traveling? Huh.
Ok. Va a estar interesante qué pasa.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only...
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally... Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started. The crowd continued to grow and protest against the Hydro Archon.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the...
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But
so what happened after that is for...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she...
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters. Good. Monsieur Nervillet...
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go...
Ah, is that so?
Oh,
well, all right.
Va a estar interesante qué le pasa a esta
Well,
Farina.
sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. And, as we also know, she may be loud and When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, it would be hard for her to ignore being a... Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson. Huh! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up. In that case, there's not a moment to live.
Oh. A ver qué pasa. Vamos a ver qué idea.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Está aquí.
That's Farina, right over there.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I am so... Give up, Farina. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Other than to repeat meaningless... Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land.
Farina, you were crying.
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are...
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up!
¿Qué carajo están haciendo? Qué animaciones más curiosas. ¿Dónde se fue? No sé.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here! Quick, come to Paimon before the rest...
What?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
Algo malo va a pasar aquí. Eso va a estar muy mal.
I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they display. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking?
Yeah, a quake of this...
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency...
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I once had informants all over Tevat. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything, but all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate. Indeed, I've thought about giving up. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. But just now, it all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, don't worry. I will... Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my... Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly...
Come on! Paimon could have sworn...
Cher, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, and if Tevat is in its entirety,
¿Qué va a pasar? Oh no. Algo malo va a pasar. Algo muy malo va a pasar.
Ladies and gentlemen, this could now, without further ado.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice.
May I interpret these words? As your in that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a...
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She...
What the heck is going on?
Wow. How
Lady Farina, what is...
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my I will admit that I'm sorry, everyone. You are not the only ones to be disappointed. But now, it is I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the truth. This time, applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine.
Woohoo!
No! Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is...
All right, then. Who will...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of...
Vamos a ver qué pasa aquí.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto...
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinate. They changed into plain clothes and came... The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more... Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurs, so we arranged for...
So, you mean... The ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant match.
That's right.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and was an Archon. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent we had to select a location, construct...
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial...
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the...
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived on... Oh? It's fine. It matters not. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here. Oh, let Paimon see. Wait. Then that means this document is a So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, all right?
Okay.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this. This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene According to Monsieur Nervilette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Me dicen qué habrá pasado. Que también me quedo con la duda.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only...
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Okay.
Oh, come on, Nervilette. There's no... Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your instead. I would like to charge you as a...
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Arc.
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
That doesn't sound right. First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally but in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed...
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Lady Farina.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to...
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been... Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case. You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused?
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally...
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your... While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information.
I never thought you'd use...
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the...
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned...
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Aura trees.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just care?
If that poses a concern, I'm
you don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is
Indemnitium? Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of... Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a...
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter how...
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please, I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? Please?
If what the prosecutor said is true...
Did she deceive all of us? And all of...
Oh, no.
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to...
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence.
Okay.
It has been established that all
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I've brought some seawater from Poisson, including those of some of my... So, Miss Furina, would you dare to if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. But, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed...
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontaine.
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution, as it falls outside the realm of standard court procedure.
Well, of course he had to tell her that, but refusing to participate is...
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does...
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady...
What? Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal...
Miss Siegeween? If you're present, Miss Siegeween, please...
Siege? Wait, don't be nervous. It'll just take a few That should be...
Please announce the results of your evaluation.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she...
Thank you, Miss Siegeween. Lady Furina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. We don't want anyone else to lose.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low content. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used.
I can't believe you. Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
Oh man, algo malo va a pasar. Algo malo va a pasar.
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial sea water? Also, if I was really just a human,
Oh man, están regando la historia.
Anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any—
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Algo va a pasar.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale.
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's verdict?
No, the oratrice also...
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person...
Farina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of... Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been...
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearance.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also... But now, the oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father is...
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we... so when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stones.
Oh, okay. Hello?
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can... The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch... Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just... That doesn't sound quite... That doesn't...
Okay.
That doesn't...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans.
Exacto.
This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Exacto.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia as recorded on the stone slates. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
La matamos. Matamos al Arconte. Oh, man.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come if we hadn't dealt with it in time.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Okay.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the sure. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what...
¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó al final? Interesante la historia. Algo va a pasarle a Furina. Furina, algo le va a pasar.
Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like... we're...
Let's hear them.
Incredible.
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon. With Ocean, the evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That
Exacto.
could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine... Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well... I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontainus. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Okay.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimp. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse. And of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first...
So we were all Oceanians before we...
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to... Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all...
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontaine.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are human. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, you may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her conscience... Therefore, the meaning of that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon. Yes, it refers...
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now it's...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served. However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small... As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
¿Qué va a ser?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
That doesn't sound...
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the...
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
¿Qué va a ser? ¿El narwhal? ¿Qué va a ser el narwhal? Huh. Algo malo va a pasar.
Too close. How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why that whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping. Oh, it has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, from the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become... Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last...
Indeed, that's not how...
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view...
Okay.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide.
Oh man, algo malo va a pasar. Ese es su poder.
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
No, I still need answers.
¿Qué carajos pasa aquí? El pelo largo, Furina, pelo largo. Ok. Su imagen real.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
You are not Farina.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained. She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume, although looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of human. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And she could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Okay.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most it's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely.
Ah, miren, sí. Hace sombra. Interesante.
Oh, who permitted you to
come onto the stage. Now, I understand your admiration. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me.
No.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Here comes the Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Rain outlines your fate. Busted. Adventure for Rex Lapis. Ring cutter. Things are about to get dicey.
Ok, no podemos cambiarlo. El equipo. Qué raro. No. Okay.
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
Wait a moment. You're... mirror me?
Mirror you, huh?
Mirror me.
The prophecy.
What prophecy? Wait, the people will all be dissolved into the waters. And...
Oh.
What's going on? I can't seem to...
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster...
But doesn't that mean everyone will die?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precise. I will tell you how to save everyone, but...
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, as for the suffering, well, I will. But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? If there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my...
I suppose this would also be the just... Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role.
Play as?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But
how will I do this?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to being a human yourself. I'm sure you remember. Your true challenge will not be...
I'm still not sure I understand. So, how long...
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, but I promise you, all with...
A trial, huh? The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. But this is my first time. What should I say to most ladies and I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god. But as the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, I thought I might stammer, but thankfully...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Right. Mirmi said that I just need to calm down, Farina. Think. Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all Oh, now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come on to this. Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness what you may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
Oh. O sea, toda la culpa la tiene el protagonista.
I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith, and we have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry, may law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the opera...
Oh. Oh.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent.
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties.
Oh. Ese es el suyo.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of... Oh, all right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's...
You remembered me. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was...
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate.
You're such a gentle and wise guy.
Qué curioso.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take...
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect that all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine...
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they...
Okay.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached...
Pobrecita. Pero bueno. Sacrificándose por todo.
But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. Maybe this is fine. All right.
Yeah.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases as...
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already.
Lady Farina, I've waited so...
Indeed, my dear loyal...
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me in... I don't think I let anything slip. I feel utterly exhausted.
Oh. Miren, una historia ya interesante ahora. Los días, no me había dado cuenta.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria. Almost...
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings... What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god who's
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power that...
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. I never imagined. Have I reached my limit? I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act.
Oh.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Oh, interesante. Interesante.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, you're...
Share that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that...
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, just share it with
a witness. Yes, and if
Exacto.
to that is in its entirety, she's right. But if things don't play out as expected, no, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish.
Exacto.
But what if, Farina, you've worked so hard for so long? Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone, and if you let this opportunity slip through your... Think about it. Long and hard.
¿Qué va a pasar?
No, I have nothing to say. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness...
fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, it seems that trusting humanity...
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth. Is it? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed... I'm sure you've long sensed that the
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human It now seems that that person was you.
And then I became one with the oratories, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the...
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite... Hydro Dragon. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power I, for my part, am the god of justice. And speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine. In other words, existence was Egeria's justifying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land,
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, at last, I now understand the true purpose. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding. You are a devious one, things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
Okay.
Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Novelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirect?
But since we're all still...
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
But... didn't you say...
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come. I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. But considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility. Devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
Okay.
Over there. It looks really scary.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power.
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the last...
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, so you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its look. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
The point being?
Well, being that this pet, so what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's...
Oh, right. So you don't know him. His name is Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe...
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing...
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
Interesante.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand! water's receding! It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
No, la profecía fue correcta, pero no como ellos pensaban.
Are you alright? We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Oh man. Ciertas cosas que no me gustan de la historia. No, que no me están gustando. No sé qué, pero hay algo que no me está gustando.
The soil renewed. The Sweetity Rasula tax post-disaster. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navius. Skyship Winglet, Booner Bane of the Fontaine Reef. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute. With Jurier turning out to be a once-over, people always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And ship... Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia?
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home.
Paimon's curious too!
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me.
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first and...
Okay. 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 Por si acaso vamos a cambiar los equipos.
Time to begin work?
Ok, ya casi terminamos esto. Estaba muy bien la historia. Estaba muy bien. Ah, los Fatui.
Navia! Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having I'm here to update myself on how things...
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garun Snežević. Our residents are hard at work.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible.
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too.
Okay.
How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be a...
Huh? Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And...
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better...
I see you're the same as always.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be... How did it go? Was it a good shot? Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Okay.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it... Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building...
Wow, you...
I'll hazard a
Okay,
guess
¿qué
that
le va a
this is how
pasar
you got
ahora
that interview
con
at the
esto?
fort.
Whoa, you're well in...
That's a...
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress... I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee.
You're right. I've got to treasure every...
Stay safe now. And tell...
Okay.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our...
It's an honor to finally meet...
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this
Okay.
way.
Hey, no,
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her fix.
Sir, please don't say...
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier...
No, I just...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you. The boat that brought about a miracle. The art... Still, if I might ask...
Looks like...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
Okay.
Really? Well, then in that...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like...
Did you really have to use the word cut? Well, then, two solo...
Is my hair messed up? Please.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try...
Ah, Siegewit.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but...
Other than that flying ship, I got it.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes here.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you two...
Well, again.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young...
He sure did win them over.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will as to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Okay.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about... All right, last stop, the docks.
Oh.
Is that really...
It's precise...
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed...
Yes, you successfully...
You should be happy for them.
Oh. You know...
Is that really necessary?
Okay.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll...
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed...
Yes, you successfully...
You should be happy for them.
Here are the interview notes. They mentioned that the Seriously, how would I know anything about that?
A wedding?
Why are you looking?
So the flying ship can be used for weddings?
I didn't say that. That journalist mentioned it, and...
True.
Okay. O sea, le pasó lo mismo que le pasó a Venti, ¿eh? Okay.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks to...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Oh, qué bien.
Would you like a
que
magic
sigue la
pocket?
historia.
What sort of gadget is...
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to
Trick a friend.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
No entiendo.
Is this what you meant?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your...
Oh.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Per as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte's...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in time. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
No me interesa.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that...
So there's some reason for this that...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Oh, man.
Yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of...
isn't he real busy? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to
That is our duty as Harp. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. Switching my masks is something I've always... Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision?
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about a...
I would...
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic
No me
pocket
interesa
before you go?
esto.
Here, traveler, Paimon.
Oh, man.
That's right.
No me interesa esto.
I guess this must be... Alright then.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Nervillet's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat.
Oh, man. No me gustó eso, para nada. No me está gustando para nada esto. Y no porque la historia pueda ser, no, simplemente me está haciendo muy estúpida. Esto era lo que no quería que pasara.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo andas? Sí, Blas, andamos con el... Ya terminando la historia. Si no la has terminado, os lo recomiendo. Pecar, estamos terminando esto. Y va a estar interesante porque va a depender si seguimos jugando esto o si yo simplemente cambiamos de juegos. O sea, ya no más Genshin Impact. Porque la historia ahorita no iba muy bien, le estaba excelente y acaban de hacer que la odie ya otra vez. Y yo no voy a andar jugando para Pero yo no voy a andar jugando con la idea de que, mientras hago los personajes o cosas así, simplemente me iría de ya no me interesaría seguirle. Nada. Espero que no sea lo que pienso que va a pasar, que si no...
Really?
Oh.
Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Lin. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remember. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved?
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter...
No pasa nada. Gracias, se agradece. Se agradece mucho por lo de los videos de YouTube.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontaine.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans. And
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true. What? Yeah! And in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. As for the judgment passed by the orator, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became... hang on a second. Paimon said back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the...
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to...
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the water...
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming month.
Paimon sorta gets it now.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Vamos a preguntar una por una.
Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House. Not unlike how an ordinary...
but she's still gotta...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, but now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally...
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your...
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on...
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power, and this duty, as such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign, and the duty of the... Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce...
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith. Wait, but the various in the city, Jarl.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave on.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a—
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it—
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so as far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look there's a—
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know.
Hang on a sec. Paimon, when we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away— we guessed that there might be some reason for it that only—
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intent. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share some. In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Vamos a ver.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could— You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
¿Qué? Sí, son dos.
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Oh, ok, ya entendimos qué significa esto. Okay.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our
eso es lo que
attempts to communicate
pasaría
with humans.
con mi personaje y con su hermano o gemelo. O sea, son tres descendientes. Es el que han descendido de los cielos. Ok. Entonces la Noxis se separó y pueden formar un solo personaje. Eso es lo que están haciendo. Ok.
Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. If you're interested, though, I could ask him.
Next time, you
I do. Wait. I have a disciple.
Ok. Ya veo. Ya entendí para qué sirven las Nox. Por fin dieron sentido. Ok. Ya tiene sentido lo que están haciendo.
Whether it would prove you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that...
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it...
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine... I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still... Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking.
Alright. Whatever the case, it's...
Yes. All the Fos...
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god. And she suffered through all the...
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as rain. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water and what, ultimately, is the difference
Okay.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I suggest that you fully prepare.
Atlan va a ser el siguiente. El capitán. Bueno. Gracias, Blas. Gracias. Va a estar difícil. Ya le da sentido a la historia. Ya sé que me interesa en jugar la siguiente parte. Eso es lo bueno, lo importante ahorita. Yo diría. Porque si era... Si seguían sin informar de las razones que estaba pasando la historia, si era para mí ya necesario. Ya no. Simplemente no lo hubiera seguido viendo. Ok, qué carajo. Me pusieron a hacer informe de historia. No quería. Pero bueno, está bien. Ya casi terminamos por hoy la transmisión. Terminamos esto. Hablamos con la de reputación. Y de ahí nos vamos a hacer un dominio necesito gastar y de ahí nos vamos. Vamos a ver qué se logra. Okay. ¿Cómo? ¿Por qué la historia está tan buena? Es que no entiendo la pregunta. O va con delay lo que estás viendo. Porque la historia está muy buena, que otros juegos vienen para el futuro, o sea, que juegas a jugar en directo. Pues ahorita otro sería, por ejemplo, tengo el juego de Persona 5. Ese podría ser uno que intentaría transmitir. Pero es que la historia esta estuvo buena. Pero sí hubo muchas partes de la historia que simplemente que no me gusta. Que simplemente no me gusta ya. En especial los Fatu y me parecen aburridísimos como villanos. Entonces a mí me crea ese problema. Parecerá sorprendente, pero pues si la historia o cosas así no me gustan, simplemente los dejaría de jugar. ¿Cómo hacerlo? ¿Y qué problema tienes? Hacer bien las preguntas. ¿Qué problema tengo con qué? ¿Con jugar otros juegos o con el juego? Con el Genshin. Bueno, el problema inherente que tengo con los juegos es que ya algunos de los que yo tengo disponibles ya no puedo jugarlos y transmitirlos. Puedo jugarlos, pero no transmitirlos porque mi computadora ya le falta poder, digamos. Las piezas ya no son las óptimas para estar transmitiendo ese tipo de cosas. Es lo que pasa. Y ese es el problema que tengo con los juegos, con ciertos juegos. Vamos a acabar esto. Y luego yo creo que eso estaría siendo ya lo último que hacemos del juego, de la transmisión.
Adventure time. Born of ice and frost. Next on the agenda, whirling snow. No touching. Didn't see that coming. Take flight. Nice and spicy. Everybody stand back. Eat this. Born of ice and frost. Kamisato art. Sometsu. Race you.
Tienen. No. Está bien. Sí, yo, por ejemplo, mañana a este video lo voy a subir. Voy a subir al de YouTube.
Adventure time. Get them. Access denied. Whirling snow. Born of ice and frost. This is long overdue. Embrace the ice. My opponent. No touching.
Yo vi a la... ¿Cuál otro como este juego? El de Honkai está el Rail. ¿Te refieres? O el Honkai hay varios. Está Rail, sí. Sí. Sí, no. Este es el único que me ha llamado la atención. El otro, el Star Rail, nunca me llamó la atención. Aunque tengo entendido que tiene ciertas mecánicas que lo hacen menos. ¿Cómo se dice? Te cansa menos, digamos. Creo que es lo correcto. O sea, tiene unas formas más sencillas de conseguir los materiales, se podría decir. Pero eso sí, podríamos decir que de todo eso ya está más difícil, ya está más difícil que me interese. Y a iniciar uno nuevo está también difícil. Pero, quién sabe. Veremos.
Right now, emerge. Right now. Eyes on me. Take flight. Coming to art. Emerge right now. Nothing lasts forever. Right here.
Está. Ya me enteré que esta no es la arma requerida. Bueno, que ya puedo cambiarla. Ya, por fin. Con esto ya vamos a darle por terminado, gente. Mañana capaz descansamos. Mañana vemos si seguimos. Va a ser, si aún nos falta farmear. Eso es algo muy importante. Nos falta farmear para estos personajes. Entonces en Fontaine no lo vamos a pasar. Aún vamos a andar en Fontaine un rato. Va a estar interesante ver qué es lo que logramos. No la tengo, la... Falta conseguir ciertos objetivos. A ver qué es lo que me falta para poder hacer un arma. Acá. Podemos... Y es que se puede hacer esa, pero no. Yo quisiera hacer esta. Vamos a cambiarla. Mm. Tiene, si te refieres a jugar multiplayer, tiene algo de multiplayer. Tiene, pero es un multiplayer muy básico, digamos. Nomás puedes jugar en ambos, creo. O sea, también en el Honkai Railstar. Creo que no puedes hacer más que jugar en el mundo. O sea, en esta, así como estoy ahorita. Pelear contra los monstruos y jefes de las zonas. Pero no puedes avanzar la historia principal. Y ciertas misiones secundarias están tapadas por parte del juego. Ok. Ok. Sí, tiene un multiplayer muy básico. Por ejemplo, lo que me viste hacer de pelear ahí en esos, se les dicen dominios. En los dominios puedes jugar, pueden entrar otras personas a jugar eso. Ahí no hay tanto problema, digamos. Pero eso sí, no hay mucho más. No hay pelear contra otros jugadores. No hay de compartir personajes ni nada por el estilo con otros. Ese tipo de contenido no hay. Diferente, todas son diferentes. Ok, 12 de eso, sí se puede. Varitas de... Okay. Chance. Entonces esta ya queda. El clear rate. ¿Cuánto tiene el clear rate? Ya tiene 24. No, tiene 4. Está bien. Y me equivoqué de... Ah, mal. Nada mal. Ah, bueno. Es bueno que ya hayamos terminado. Ok. Listo. Eso va a ser ya creo que todo por hoy, gente. Mañana o pasado mañana seguiremos con las transmisiones. Gracias por haber visto estos episodios de Genshin que nos ayuda ya a terminar la historia. Ahora nos quedan las historias secundarias, lo que quede. Vamos a ver qué se puede hacer. Hasta el momento, te agradece. Estamos viendo. Blas, ya me voy. Que tengas una buena noche. Que descanses. Nos vemos próximamente, gente. Hasta luego.